The 22nd session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Lauren B. Ligarda to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, ma'am. The Office of the President Chorale will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Thereafter, they shall render a song entitled Dinggin Mo.
Wayang magiliw, perlas ng silangan at alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisingin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simuyan, sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang islap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwal at ipagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ape, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. Once again, that was the office of the President Corral.
Present lahat.
Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With all 23 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Majority Leader, may I just be before you acknowledge anything?
So, President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri is seeking the floor.
Mr. President,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
before we proceed with the third reading or voting or other matters of official business, I would just like to place on record my birthday greetings for our Senate Secretary, Secretary Ray Bantug, who celebrated his birthday this weekend. So happy birthday, Sec. Ganyan na lang ba? Thank you. Happy birthday, Secretary.
Duly noted. Happy birthday to our dear SecGen. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with our orders of business, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some guests of our colleagues, guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the Governor of La Union, Governor Rafael Ortega David, guests of Senator Bongo, Mayor Silvano Gaje of San Isidro, Davao del Norte and Company, guests of Senator Villanueva, Mr. Eric Domogas, guests of Senator Risa Ontiveros, officers of the Dumalandan, Barangay Dumalandan, West Council, Lingayen, Pangasinan, headed by Barangay Chairman Macaltao, and some local media broadcasters from the International Web Radio Rapido, headed by Mr. Alan Sison. Guests of Senator Nancy Binay, senior citizens from Barangay Bangkal, Makati, and Magallanes, Makati City. Guests of Senator Ramon Revilla, Lipa City Senior Citizens Office, headed by Mrs. Leonila Politico. Guests of this representation, Mayor Jose Nelson Sala of Davao del Sur, councilors from Tangub City, Councilor Chong, Tala, and Division Chiefs, Mayor Elvira Alarcon of Batad, Iloilo City, Mayor Elizabeth Matugas of Dapa, Surigao, Mayor Ping Remulyo of Dumaguete City. We welcome them all to the Senate, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 20th session Tuesday, September 10, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the third reading of several bills. Printed copies of these bills were electronically distributed to the members of this August Chamber on September 12, 2024 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. Mr. President, with that, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2568. This is the bill on the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2568 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act institutionalizing the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program and providing funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2568 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President. within the-
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our dear colleagues, Mr. President, may I just explain my vote? Taus-puso po tayo na nagpapasalamat sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado sa inyo pong suporta para sa panukalang Senate Bill number 2568 o ang Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program or ETAP Act. First and foremost, Mr. President, we'd like to thank our Senate President, Chis Escudero, for entrusting this representation to sponsor and defend the said measure. The Senate President himself heard the bill in the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and delivered the sponsorship speech in this August chamber. We'd also like to thank our co-authors and authors of the measure, Senators Lauren Legarda, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Lito Lapid, and our former colleague, Senator Sani Angara. Ginoong Pangulo, isa pong karangalan na maisulong ang panukalang batas na ito at dito sa bulwagan ng Republika ng Senado. Ika nga po nila, learning never stops, Mr. President. Hindi lamang po ito nakukuha sa loob ng 4 na sulok ng silid-aralan. Dahil bawat karanasan po ng bawat isa sa atin ay may napupulot tayong aral. Ito po ang konsepto ng lifelong learning na kitang-kita dito sa batas na ating ipinasa on third and final reading. Sa panukala pong ito, nais po nating higitan pa ang kulang-kulang 3,000 graduates natin kada taon. At nais din natin siguraduhin na dadami po ang paaralan na magpa-participate dito sa initiative na ito. Kasalukuyan po kasi 110 lamang na pribado at pampublikong institusyon ang nagpa-participate at kaya po natin maging 472. Again, from 110 to 472 na institusyon na inaasahan po natin na magpa-participate po dito. Ibinahagi po natin sa bulwagan na ito yung storya ni Mr. Victor Alcuaz na ngayon po ay Vice President na ng Hotel Solutions Partnership Limited doon po sa United Kingdom. Siya po ay nakapagtapos ngayon ng Bachelor of Science in Hotel, Restaurant and Institution Management, BS HRIM sa ETAP, matapos po ang kanyang 30 taong hospitality experience sa iba't ibang kumpanya. Naikwento rin po natin ang istorya ni Jean Rivero na nakatapos po ng kanyang BS in Education, major in English, matapos po siyang magtrabaho ng 4 years sa call center at 6 years bilang ESL teacher, English as secondary language. Sa huli, Ginoong Pangulo, nais lamang po natin sabihin na ilan lamang po sila sa mga success stories ng ETAP sa pagpapaigting po ng programang ito at sa pagpasa po natin sa ikatlong pagbasa and final reading of this particular measure. Sigurado po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, na marami pa tayong mga kababayan na uukit ng kanya-kanyang kwento ng masayang pagbabago. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at mabuhay ang Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Mark Villar is seeking recognition for his explanation of vote. For the
Senator
same measure.
Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to express my support for the approval on third reading of the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program. As a principal author of the ETAP, I am glad to receive overwhelming support for this bill. I would like to thank our colleagues, particularly our sponsor, Senator Joel Villanueva, for championing this bill, forwarding the education rights of our students. Poverty remains to be a hindrance to achieving a student's dream of graduating. According to a report dated November of 2022, there are over 5.6 million Filipino families living in poverty, according to findings of the Listahan survey released by the DSWD. Living below the poverty line normally causes students to surrender their dream careers and immediately seek jobs to help with family expenses. The government is aware of this situation and has been helping Filipinos continue their education while they are working. This is the objective of the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program, an alternative education program in the Philippines that allows working professionals who were either unable to finish their college education or were completely unable to step into college for different reasons to earn a bachelor's degree without going through traditional schooling methods. Sa pamamagitan ng ETAP, mabibigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang ating mga working students na magkaroon ng mabilis na access sa pagkakaroon ng college degree. Hindi na po mahihirapan ang mga kabataang Pilipino na makatapos ng pag-aaral sa kabila ng kanilang pagtatrabaho. Sa tulong ng bill na ito, mas maraming estudyante na po ang makakatapos ng kanilang pag-aaral. Mr. President, again, I would like to thank our dear colleagues and sponsors of the ETAP bill, especially Senator Joel Villanueva, for their support of this bill. We are one step closer to realizing education degrees for every Filipino child. Maraming salamat po.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill 1616. This is the bill declaring a special working holiday in commemoration of the establishment of the first Philippine mosque. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 1616 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act declaring the 7th day of November of every year a special national working holiday in commemoration of the establishment of the first Philippine mosque and the introduction of Islam in the Philippines. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 1616 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Obinud Padilla is seeking the floor to deliver his manifestation of appreciation.
The Honorable Padilla is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong magpasalamat sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng bulwagang ito. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum. Gusto ko po unang-una magpasalamat po sa atin pong Senate President, Senator Chis Escudero. Maraming salamat po. Pangalawa po, sa amin pong lakan, ang amin pong godfather sa BARM, Senator Mig Subiri. Maraming salamat po. At siyempre po, sa kaibigan at kapatid po ng mga Muslim, ang ating pong pinunong mayorya, Senator Tolentino. Maraming salamat po sa pagpursigi po ng panukala po ni Senator Sani Angara. Hindi po ito maihasa katuparan kung hindi po ito itinulak ng ating pinunong mayorya. At ganun din po, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating pong pinunong minorya, si Senator Coco Pimentel. Maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay po ng liwanag sa ating mga kababayan kung bakit po kailangan at mahalaga ito pong panukala na ito. Maraming salamat po. Ganun din po kay Senator Risa Ontiveros. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, ma'am. At siyempre po kay Senator Joel Villanueva na kahit po magkaiba ang religion ay kanya pong ipinakita ang paggalang sa Islam. Maraming salamat po. At ganun din po kay Senator Loren Legarda. Maraming salamat po sa inyo pong pagtayo. Ito po ay hindi namin makakalimutan. Maraming salamat po. At siyempre po kay Senator Jinggoy Estrada na nagbigay din po ng kaliwanagan sa ating mga kababayan. At siyempre po sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng Senado, kay Senator Nancy, Senator Alan, Senator Pia, Senator Bato na taga Mindanao, Senator JV, Senator Win, Senator Bongo, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Grace Po, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Cynthia Villar, at Senator Mark Villar. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7316. This is the bill on the establishment of the Baguio City High School for the Arts. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 7316 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act establishing the Baguio City High School for the Arts and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7316 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8700. This is the bill on the establishment of the Baguio City Sports High School. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 8700 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is now directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act establishing the Baguio City Sports High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 8700 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 3092. This is the bill on the establishment of the multi-species marine hatchery in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 3092 on third reading is in order. Secretary General is now directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Liloy, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 3092 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6338. This is the bill on the establishment of the freshwater fish hatchery in Talacogon, Agusan del Sur. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 6338 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Talacogon, province of Agusan del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6338 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7499. This is the bill on the establishment of the multi-species marine hatchery in Zamboanga City. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 7499 on third reading is now in order. Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Zamboanga and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7499 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6337. This is the bill on the establishment of the multi-species marine hatchery in Baybay, Leyte. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 6337 on third reading is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed with roll call vote.
Anak establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Baybay, province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6337 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7296. This is the bill on the establishment of the Coastal Aquaculture Center in Lala, Davao del Norte. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 7296 on third reading is in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
Anak establishing a coastal aquaculture center to support and rehabilitate the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Northern Mindanao Brackish Water Aquaculture Fish Farm in the municipality of Lala, Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7296 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7300. This is the bill on the establishment of the satellite multi-species marine hatchery in Minalbac, Camarines Sur. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 7300 on third reading is in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
Annex establishing a satellite multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Minalabak, province of Camarines Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7300 is approved on third reading. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Cynthia Villar?
I wish to thank, in behalf of the fishermen of the Philippines, the Senate for passing the 6 hatchery bills that will benefit them. Thank you.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Legarda wishes to insert into the records her explanation of vote on Senate Bill number 1616 and Senate Bill 2568.
So inserted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report number 106. This is the bill on the VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the aforestated Senate bill is now in order.
Mr. President, I move that we resume the period of interpellation and to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and to continue with his interpellation. Thereafter, Mr. President, to enable him, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, to deliver thereafter his turno and contra speech. I move that both gentlemen be recognized.
Any objection? There being none, both gentlemen have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a resumption of my interpellation on this measure. And I promised our sponsor just one last topic, Mr. President. It's about our existing, with the permission of our sponsor, is it okay, Mr. Sponsor? For us?
Yes, Mr. President.
We already have an existing VAT system, no? Kaya nga matagal. When was VAT established, Mr. President?
As far as I know, Mr. President, 1997, Mr. President. Tama ba?
So, Mr. President, meron na talaga tayong VAT system. And there are allegations and studies that our existing VAT system already suffers from tremendous leakages, Mr. President. So my worry is that the measure, ito pinag-uusapan natin, wants to establish a new VAT system which is a refunding system for tourists. Eh kung yung existing VAT system po natin, ganito po ang mga estimates, no? I have here a report, for example, industry lobby estimates VAT revenue foregone due to smuggling at 250 billion pesos. Meron po isa pang news report, government loses 539 billion pesos due to exemption plague VAT system, according to a study. Plus, and I suspect yung leakages mismo in the system. Those with VAT due who are not remitting, and then those who are, kasi since input and output ito, who may be claiming, ano ba yung mina-minus? Yung mina-minus is the output? Output?
Minus input.
Yeah. Output minus input. So those who may be claiming more than the real inputs in the system, and then those who are claiming refunds who are not entitled to refunds. So I have a feeling billion din po yung mga leakages na yan in the existing system. So, number one, is the sponsor aware of the studies or the headlines, business headline news that I read, Mr. President, na may mga ganyang observations? And does he also suspect that there are leakages in the current VAT system? And if there are, why are we bold enough to introduce another VAT system which might suffer from the same leakages and weaknesses, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm aware of some of these leakages stemming from, for example, smuggled goods, illicit trade, even fake receipts, or even fake companies that issue fake receipts. So, Mr. President, for example, I heard from news reports and also from briefings about the illicit trade of cigarettes, Mr. President, because of sin tax and also because of VAT. Some of these cigarettes are being smuggled so that they can save on paying excise tax and VAT to government. I've also heard in recent reports about companies issuing fake receipts. Ghost receipts, Mr. President, in order to avoid paying VAT, Mr. President. And I believe that the BIR has already filed a lot of cases against these companies who are engaged in ghost receipts. But, Mr. President, this proposal is far from those type of activities. This proposal is to grant VAT exemption when you leave the country after buying items in the country. And this practice has been ongoing for a very long time in different parts of the world. 70 countries are already practicing VAT refund mechanism in order to attract tourists to come to their jurisdiction. So I'm very confident, Mr. President, that leakages will not happen with this proposal, Mr. President. And that's why we also included in the bill that digitalization is a must so that leakages can be avoided and eliminated, Mr. President.
But the current VAT system, Mr. President, hindi ba they also take advantage of digitalization? And are we claiming that there are no leakages at the current system?
Mr. President, the VAT, most of the VAT issues or the VAT leakages that I come across is non-payment, meaning nag-smuggle siya, therefore hindi siya nagbayad ng excise and VAT. Or nag-issue sila ng mga ghost receipts, therefore hindi siya nagbayad ng VAT, Mr. President. But not to a point na, not in a way, in a sense that you have already paid and it was given out to a fake person or to a fake entity, Mr. President. A lot of the VAT leakages stem from VAT payment avoidance, Mr. President. Those are the news reports and the information that I got.
How about instances or cases of bloated deduction of input VAT, Mr. President, to lower the VAT due to be paid to the government? I think hindi ba dyan din yung gamit ng fake receipts, Mr. President? That you can use a fake receipt
The ghost receipts, they call it ghost receipts,
the
Mr.
ghost
President.
receipt, you can use it to bloat your
Yeah, Mr. President, the
input
ghost
VAT,
receipts.
Mr.
Yeah,
President?
the way the ghost receipts, from my knowledge and from the news reports that I read, yeah, they issue let's say a lot of receipts so that you have a bigger output VAT, and then you can
Claim.
You can claim that, Mr. President. You can claim that. No? So But in this particular case, Mr. President, it's already paid to the government. And then the government will refund you. As to the other ones, it's not paid by the government, but to reduce your payment to the government, Mr. President.
Yes, yeah, my point is there are many ways to game a system, Mr. President. So, yung domestic VAT system natin is being gamed by some unscrupulous individuals and syndicates. So, what assurances do we have that this new system, a tourist VAT refund system, will not be gamed by the same or similar syndicates, Mr. President? Kasi the answer of digitalization, ginagamit din naman yan sa domestic pero nagigame pa rin yung system, Mr. President. So, I take no consolation to the fact that we will digitalize. Is BIR now digitalized with the domestic VAT system?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. They're digitalized also, Mr. President. But my point, Mr. President, those leakages are from non-payment of VAT, Mr. President. But if you already paid and it becomes part of our system and the documents are already being tracked by BIR, then it's much more difficult to extract, let's say, more payments from the government, Mr. President. So that's where the digital system comes in. But you're correct, Mr. President, that a lot of this VAT payment avoidance, the way they game is issuance of ghost receipts and the likes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if we are so confident about the use of IT, that we can really track the VAT payment of each and every tourist and then take the refund for that particular tourist from his or her VAT payments, why are we mentioning the fund which has been set aside from 5% of the overall VAT collections, Mr. President, as the source of fund to refund the tourists, Mr. President? Hindi naman yun ang binayad nila, bayad po ng mga Pilipino po yan or ng mga existing VAT payers, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, the 5% is the source. Well, we included the 5%, Mr. President, so that there will be a source of fund for the refund, Mr. President. But that's all VAT payments, Mr. President. So foreign tourists who paid VAT, companies who are not registered in the SIPP, the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, but they do business here. They also pay VAT when they purchase, Mr. President. So that the VAT fund or the VAT refund fund is not exclusively from Filipinos, Mr. President. There are also foreign companies who contribute to that VAT refund fund, Mr. President.
Yes, pero siguro undeniable naman na because this is 5% of all VAT collections, Mr. President. So I think the majority of VAT payers would be Filipinos, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, definitely, because
yes, but
obviously,
if we are so confident about using computers to make sure there are no leakages, why are we not establishing a separate system for this, Mr. President? Now, yung panggagalingan ng fund to refund the VAT payments of the tourists would be funds coming from the VAT payments of the same tourists, Mr. President. Kaysa sa we are going to use now a contingent fund set aside by our existing VAT system to answer for cases where there are VAT payers who will claim refund, Mr. President, contingent claims for refund. We are establishing a sure way of refund. This is a legal order to refund, Mr. President. So why with our use of computers and IT and high tech, why are we not segregating a particular fund for this, Mr. President?
well, Mr. President, the reason why we
Yung seller kasi quarterly pa i-remit yung VAT to the government.
yeah, I know. Mr. President, the reason why we put this as a source of fund, so there will be an immediate source of the refund instead of going back to the GIA every time they will claim for a refund, Mr. President. And the VAT, the 5% from the VAT payment is also for other claimants of the VAT, Mr. President. So, for example, I'm a business, and I feel, or based on my submissions, I am entitled to VAT refund. There's already a source of the refund, Mr. President, as opposed to going to the GIA every year, because that takes time, Mr. President. So it's the same pool, Mr. President. So all of the VAT payers goes to a pool, and then we will just draw from that pool in order to refund tourists who will leave the country, Mr. President. So it's a pool for all the VAT refunds, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So ang nangyayari nito, ginarantiya, there's an existing fund coming from 5% of VAT collections, not from them, kasi andyan na, existing na siya. I think my staff informed me that the balance is around 7 to 8 billion pa ata eh. Na we are now guaranteeing the tourists that ito na may existing pera na, ipapa-refund namin sa inyo.
Actually,
yes.
Actually, it's more, Mr. President. I'll flash it on slide 44. But in 2023, the unutilized portion for VAT refund payments is 15 billion, Mr. President. So in other words, they set aside 5% of the total payment, which is about 23 billion, but the actual refund is only 7 billion, Mr. President. So a big chunk is not being refunded, Mr. President, because this is just a pool. It depends on how many who will file for VAT refunds, but there's already a standby fund, Mr. President, available within the year in case that you will be approved for VAT refunds.
Correct, Mr. President. Ito nga yung mga contingent claims ito eh, for a VAT refund. Let us say may nagki-claim na mas malaki yung nabayad ko.
Correct.
Or may entitled to a refund.
Or for example, you think that your expenses are entitled for refunds, then you can claim, Mr. President.
Correct. Pero nakabayad ka kasi ng upon review, you now believe that you overpaid a VAT.
Correct, Mr.
That's why you're
President.
claiming. Ito po ating panukalang batas eh. Ano to eh? We are actually establishing a refund system eh. Dapat binabangga po natin na yung kung ano lang yung pumasok galing sa mga turista, yun lang ang maximum amount na bababalik po natin. Actually, nakakalungkot, hindi nga yung amount na yun, hindi babalik sa lahat yun sa turista because part nun, as explained by our sponsor, dun sa third-party implementor pupunta dahil dun siya kikita eh.
Correct, Mr.
So,
President.
unlike this one, Mr. President, this is reserved talaga. Huwag tayong magpanik na lumalaki yung ano, gusto yung balance, lumalaki, gusto na natin ipamigay sa mga turista. Hindi po, wala po silang karapatan dyan. Dapat ang fund kung saan manggagaling yung refund nila should be the funds paid by them, Mr. President. That is my point, Mr. President. This is a contingency fund.
Actually, Mr. President,
this is not a refund fund, Mr. President.
this is not even based on the applicants or the amount of application. This is 5% of the total collection, Mr. President. So they just estimated the amount that can be refunded. But if you look at the historical amount, Mr. President, it's never used. It's never 100%, Mr. President. So even though there's 5% being allocated, but the application for refund never became 100%, Mr. President. So
What does the section say, Mr. President? We are setting aside 5% of all VAT collections in order to. May we know what is in the law, Mr. President? You see, 106.
Yes, sir, name, claim.
Bakit hindi to kinukuha ng DOF? Sa katasyon nila ng DOF. Para sa...
quarterly yung pagbabayad ng VAT o seller to the government. Doon, wala nang may re-remit, sir. Kailangan mo muna mag-build up ng fund bago mo ma-implement yung VAT refund. And also, sir, same nature naman siya ng export sale because of...
Yeah. Mahina
It's
internet?
just that yung sa export sales kasi, sir, kailangan yung bayad is denominated
Hindi,
in
sandali
foreign
lang.
currency. Kaya hindi siya gagana kung hindi natin i-aamend. Kasi
Mr. President, can I request for a minute suspension? We are having trouble accessing the internet, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Okay, Mr. President, when we suspended, we were debating about the source of fund for the refund, which we will be giving the tourists, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
At any rate, Mr. President, my point is if there's an efficient use of high technology, then we should be able to match or to keep or to track the expenses of the tourists, specifically the VAT expenses of the tourist, as well as the refundable amount for the tourist. And because of the use of high-tech or computers and digitalization, we should be segregating the funds for an explicit VAT refund system. Because yung 5% mentioned in NIRC section 106.2. May I ask the sponsor to state the section? Section 106.
106.62.
62? May number 6?
May number 6, Mr.
Apo.
President.
So yun po, in my opinion, in the opinion of this representation, is a fund for contingent claims against the VAT system, Mr. President. So contingent refunds, not a conscious refund system which is being established by our measure, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, it can be argued that the VAT being collected from tourists are also contingent because there's no assurance that they will apply for a refund, Mr. President. Some tourists, they find it irrelevant, or they don't want the hassle of filing your receipts and applying for a refund, Mr. President. So it can be argued that even the VAT being collected from tourists can be considered as contingent, Mr. President. Contingent if they will file for an application or not, Mr. President. So in any way, it's the same concept, Mr. President. There's no assurance that they will claim for the refund.
Yes, Mr. President, in that sense, it's correct. But when the tourist claims for a refund, then by law, it must be given to him or her, Mr. President, by this law. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
But
President.
unlike in the fund, the 5% that we're talking about, these are taxpayers, VAT taxpayers, claiming for a refund, and then most likely still litigating their right to that refund, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
In that sense.
In that sense, yes,
yes.
Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, ito lang po. My point is, marami masyadong problema yung existing VAT system natin. I believe we are not ready to extend this to a refund system for tourists. Let me just mention na lang this article by Chino Leyte, dated May 30, 2023, with the title, Government Loses 539 billion pesos due to exemption plague VAT system dash study, where former Finance Secretary Jokno was quoted as follows. I'll just read this so that it will be part of the record, just the quotation on Secretary Jokno. Jokno also cited another study by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which revealed that the Philippines collected 723 billion pesos on average from VAT between 2016 and 2020, or only 40% of the expected revenues. And another sentence is, in comparison, the Philippines' VAT system has an efficiency level lower than each of its neighboring countries at 0.40, despite having the highest VAT rate in the region at 12%. So, masyado pa pong maraming problema yung ating VAT system, and we are already extending it for a refund system meant to benefit non-Filipinos, primarily non-Filipinos po, Mr. President. So that's basically the objections of this representation to the measure.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, that study that you mentioned, I came across that study, Mr. President, and the OECD model is you collect everything and then you refund, Mr. President, instead of exempting at the point of sale, Mr. President. And of course, throughout the years, we have already enacted many VAT exemptions. For example, the senior citizen VAT exemption, the PWD VAT exemption. And I remember interacting with the OECD officials coming here, and I told them that the realities is it's very hard to reverse those laws, Mr. President. And since we have given many exemptions for medicine, for PWDs, for senior citizen, Mr. President, they view this as inefficiencies, Mr. President. But it's not due to leakages, Mr. President, but due to inefficiencies. Meaning, instead of giving our senior citizens outright exemption, we should collect it and refund it to them, Mr. President. But that's going to be administratively very difficult, Mr. President, and again, politically challenging because that has been our system for a very long time.
Di ba po sa VAT system, input-output po ito, hindi po ba na si final consumer ay most likely hindi na siya nag-claim ng input VAT, Mr. President? Siya na yung mag-shoulder ng VAT? That is the idea, Mr. President?
The consumer pays, the seller charges output VAT, Mr. President. And the buyer pays the input VAT, but they cannot claim that anymore because VAT
So, in effect,
not-registered siya.
In effect, although it's an input-output system na merong parang offsetting, the final consumer is expected to shoulder the VAT that he or she pays. Wala na siyang
Yes, Mr. President.
offsetting system.
Correct, Mr. President. Because
So,
he's not VAT registered,
yes,
Mr. President.
but in this particular case, I know you have an argument why, but in this particular case, the final consumer is the tourist, but this particular final consumer can now claim for a refund of the VAT he or she has paid, therefore differentiating him or her from the usual final consumer in the VAT system, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, this principle follows the destination principle, meaning the goods end up in a different jurisdiction. So it's akin to exporting, Mr. President. So, for example, those items being produced here, if it's bought by Filipinos and consumed here, then you have to pay VAT. But in this particular case, it will be bought here but taken out of the Philippines. So it follows the destination principle, Mr. President. So it's like export.
And normally, what is the VAT system rules for export, Mr. President?
For export, Mr. President, the domestic purchases are VAT zero rated.
Yes.
And the imported purchases are VAT exempt, Mr. President, because you're exporting the goods anyway. So meaning you're not supposed to be imposed VAT because your goods will end up outside of the country.
So exporters normally under our VAT system no longer need to claim refund because it's zero rated.
Yes, Mr. President. As long as, well, with the recent enactment of Create More, those expenses and costs that are directly attributable will be zero rated, Mr. President.
Kaya nga, and we are minimizing the need to ask for a refund.
Yes, Mr. President. But in some cases, some companies will want to apply for more, obviously. For example, if they feel that their other expenses form part of the good that they exported, they can apply for more VAT refunds.
Yeah, but so when we liken the purchases of a tourist of goods in the Philippines, which he or she will bring outside of the Philippines, if we liken this to exporting, but still the treatment as to VAT is different, Mr. President. Because the real exporter is zero rated, minimizing his or her need for a refund. While the tourist, because of this law, we will give him the right to seek a refund. Tama? Tama po yun. They may be similar, but not exactly
Yeah, yes,
similar.
yes, yes,
Because
yes, I
even,
get yes.
even in how we treat them, it's not exactly similar.
Yes, Mr. President, I get the point of the good minority leader. Yes, it's almost similar in concept. I think it's quite similar, Mr. President. But I think the basic concept here, the goods that was sold and ended up in a different jurisdiction, ended up in another country. So it's we can call that as an export, even though it's a consumer good.
What is the doctrine again, or the concept again? Mr.
Destination principle.
President? The destination principle. So that underlies this measure, Mr. President. That is the
Yes, Mr.
underlying
President.
concept, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, I think I made my point. We really don't have a meeting of the minds here, Mr. President. So, I will terminate my interpellation and then just avail of the turno in contra, which is in our rules, Mr. President, which follows the period after the sponsorship. Yes. Period.
I was hoping I have convinced our good minority leader the benefit of this bill, but I understand his points, and I know that he has studied this bill very thoroughly, and I respect his views on the proposed measure, Mr. President.
Anyway, Mr. President, don't worry. The contra speech is just brief, Mr. President. I will not use up the 2 hours that I am entitled to under our rules, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
So, can we have a minute suspension to prepare?
Session suspended.
interjections, Mr. President.
You know, proceed.
If the good sponsor would yield to some questions which would perhaps enlighten this representation.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be more than happy to take questions.
Mr. President, if you will recall, during the initial debates concerning this measure, this representation invoked a principle that would perhaps involve local government units, especially those coming from the rural areas, on how they could likewise benefit from this measure, as well as incentivize them in producing more high-quality goods that the foreign tourists would purchase. Can the good gentleman recall our previous engagement and discussion concerning this, which probably merited a positive response from the sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, I can clearly recall the conversation or the debates on that particular topic, Mr. President. And I agree with the good gentleman from Tagaytay that local government should be empowered and given some capacity in the form of financial support in order to upgrade the quality of their products. And I remember His Honor suggested to find ways through this bill on how we can capacitate our local government units. And I can recall that the mechanism is through rebates from the VAT refund, Mr. President. I consulted people from the Senate Tax Office, also some people in our team, and we simulated the process of refunding and rebating the local government units where the goods came from. And our conclusion, Mr. President, even the intention is noble and the intention is well-meaning, the administrative side of rebating can be cumbersome to the detriment of the tourists who will eventually refund, Mr. President. For example, Mr. President, if I'm a tourist and I buy, let's say I buy OTAP in Makati, Mr. President, the receipts will be from Makati, but the product will be from Cebu because it's OTAP. So when I go to the customs and file my VAT refund, the first thing that the custom officer will see is the receipts from Makati. But the goods obviously didn't come from Makati, it came from Cebu. So the next thing that the customs officer should determine or will determine is the location where that OTAP, where that good was produced, Mr. President. And that will become cumbersome because they have to now look at every goods or every good and determine where the original production place of that good, Mr. President. And of course, if you have several goods, then they have to look at all the different goods, Mr. President. So it might not be a good experience for the tourists if all of his items will be opened and all the different items will be, they have to determine the place of production of those goods, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm not referring, Mr. President, to the ingredients or the raw materials where the goods came from. I'm referring to the final product of the item purchased by the tourist. Because right now, Mr. President, the complaint of our local government units would be it's always the situs of the main headquarters, the corporate headquarters, where they pay, for instance, the sales tax, and that would be Metro Manila, whereas the products originated from somewhere else outside the National Capital Region, resulting an imbalance, so to speak, as to the tax that could have been generated by local government units. And I'm referring to our local government units in the Visayas, in the Bicol region, not benefiting from this sales, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I understand the logistical, administrative, the word cumbersome was mentioned a while ago, burden on the part of our BIR perhaps. But if you look at the example of Thailand, Mr. President, if you visit Bangkok International Airport, you'll probably realize that the products being sold in various duty-free shops there are not just from Bangkok, but coming from various provinces of Thailand, including Chiang Mai and all places, tourist places of Thailand, Mr. President. So all of these provinces are benefiting from the tax to be imposed, and even the refund, because it presupposes an incentive on the part of the central government of Thailand. My point here, Mr. President, is that there might be a window of opportunity that would enable likewise other similarly situated rural LGUs to benefit. There are packaging materials, and DTI has been helping, the OST likewise, that would really show where, I guess my previous example before was about the illegal peanuts. So it's properly marked as illegal peanuts. That's the place of manufacture and the source of the product. So I don't see any. There might be a delay because surely when you refund, the refund is either given by the airport authorities or given on site by the department store or the retail area. But again, Mr. President, my point here is to enable our one town, one product policy, which we have just re-enunciated, to be highlighted, as well as enable our more than 1,000 local government units to really benefit, not just for advertising purposes, but to really enable local economic development to prosper and be pushed because of this proposed measure. So again, my question, Mr. President, is there a window for the good sponsor to enable during the period of amendments to have this idea encapsulated in the final form of the measure, Mr. President? Para naman po yung mga malalayong mga bayan natin na hindi ganong kataas ang level ng ekonomiya ay makilala rin, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I share the sentiment of our good majority leader on the question of situs of tax, Mr. President. In fact, Valenzuela is also a victim to that. We're home to many manufacturers, brand names, household names, products, but the head office is in Makati or in Pasig, and we don't get anything from the sales that is being conducted in Makati or in Pasig because the head office is located there. We only get a payment for real property taxes, but insofar as business tax, we don't get any share from those. So this representation filed a bill to correct that imbalance, as you used earlier, to give LGUs with manufacturing sites, LGUs with, let's say, you have the farm, you have the plantation area, the farming area of the LGU, to get a bigger share in terms of business tax. What we use in that as a mechanism is for the business to already segregate what are the commodities or what are the products being produced in that particular area and pay the corresponding sales tax in that area, as opposed to paying all of the sales tax in the head office, Mr. President. So hopefully that will resolve the issue of imbalance insofar as situs of tax is concerned. And that bill, if I'm not mistaken, is under the Committee on Local Government, Mr. President. So I mentioned that, Mr. President, because from what I gathered from our good majority leader is he wants to solve that imbalance through this bill by giving local governments more share in the sales of those goods, Mr. President. And I support that, Mr. President. In fact, I share his sentiment. I know he, being a former mayor himself, knows that imbalance is quite prevalent, especially for the agri sector or agri-based LGUs, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, insofar as this bill is concerned, we had a long discussion internally. We consulted experts on how to achieve that concept of solving the imbalance in this bill, Mr. President. However, after walking through, and we did some simulation, Mr. President, from the time the tourist will buy the goods, from the time he will exit, from the time it will be inspected, it will be an administrative. It will be administratively complicated, Mr. President, and it might affect the whole tourism experience of that tourist, Mr. President. So, and I'm willing to work with our majority leader in pushing for that bill to solve the imbalance, and I know that we can work together in solving the imbalance in the situs of tax, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for being frank enough to provide some answers. But just the same, Mr. President, perhaps in letter B of Section 1 of the bill, there might be a solution to the predicament I just posed. We'll just try to think about some solutions and perhaps get some solutions from other jurisdictions, Mr. President. But I thank the good sponsor for his candid answers, Mr. President. And
Yes, Mr. President.
And I think
We will study, Mr. President.
during the period of amendments, we can look at the matter more closely and provide some amendments that would enable us to provide solutions to this.
I'm talking to our Senate Tax Research Office, Mr. President, and I was consulting with them if there's a possibility to achieve what you mentioned earlier to solve that imbalance in the site of tax through this bill, Mr. President. We'll study once again, Mr. President, and see what concepts you can introduce.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I yield the floor and resume my function as Majority Leader. Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report number 106, and thereafter Senator Pimentel would deliver his turno and contra speech.
Any objection? There being none?
Mr. President, I retract my previous motion because the good minority leader now is seeking the floor to deliver his turno and contra speech relative to Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report number 106. Mr. President.
If I may be recognized.
He is seeking recognition, Mr. President.
Anong section?
The minority leader is recognized.
Okay, recognized. Thank you, Mr. President. So we are still on the same subject matter. Senate Bill number 2415, which seeks to provide for a VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists. And thank you for giving this representation the time to deliver his speech opposing the said measure, Mr. President. With all due respect to my idol, our colleague who I admire sincerely, Mr. President, for his dedication to his work and the manner in how he treats his workload, Mr. President, the comprehensive research that he does, Mr. President, to his bills, Mr. President. So I give him all the credit, but of course we're talking about subject matter, Mr. President. So with that in context, Mr. President, let me now proceed and saan, ano section? Yes, and we are making good use of our rules, Mr. President. So some of us are unfamiliar with this turno in contra, Mr. President. Kaya ginagamit natin ito para pati ang rules natin ay binibigyan natin ng buhay dito po sa Senado. So, Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I rise today to express my strong opposition to Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report number 106, which seeks to implement a VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists. While I recognize the value of encouraging tourism to stimulate our economy, this measure, I believe, is misguided and presents significant risks that far outweigh its projected benefits. At the core of this bill is the provision to refund value-added tax to tourists, specifically, under the current version, foreign passport holders who are non-resident aliens who purchase goods from accredited stores in our country with a transaction value of at least 3,000 pesos. It is projected that this mechanism could lead to an average increase of 148,000 tourist arrivals from 2024 to 2028. It is even argued that an increase in tourist arrivals will result in increased spending by the tourists. However, Mr. President, these are only projections and will come surely at a cost. The government stands to refund over 4 billion pesos to tourists over the next 5 years. I must ask, why are we so eager to give away 4 billion pesos of our taxpayers' money to foreigners while millions of our own citizens continue to face hardship? Imagine the impact of 4 billion pesos if used properly for our countrymen. This amount could build 1,600 new classrooms or 138 to 190 kilometers of concrete roads, depending on the number of lanes, Mr. President. In terms of assistance to individuals in crisis situation, AICS, 4 billion pesos could support at least 400,000 college students or 800,000 elementary or high school students in educational assistance, or provide cash relief assistance to at least 400,000 beneficiaries. Better yet, why don't we reduce taxes? Why don't we reduce taxes that directly benefit Filipinos? Lower taxes on essential goods and services that our workers and families rely on every day. It has been mentioned that the special fund comprising of 5% of all VAT collections will be the fund from which these refunds for the VAT payment of tourists would be sourced. In 2023, of the 23 billion pesos plus allotted for VAT refunds, only 7.96 billion pesos was utilized. However, let us be clear, this fund comes largely from Filipino taxpayers and it was never intended to be exhausted for the benefit of foreign tourists. Moreover, unless we establish a robust mechanism to track actual tourist expenditures and the corresponding VAT paid by them, this proposal remains fundamentally unfair to our kababayans. The bill lacks the assurance that it will genuinely boost the economy or that VAT refunds will be claimed solely by bona fide non-resident tourists. In short, takot po tayo sa mga leakages or sa mga scams, Mr. President. Let us not forget the VAT leakages already plaguing our current system. According to recent reports, our VAT system suffers from inefficiencies and leakages amounting to billions of pesos annually. A World Bank study revealed that the Philippines lost 539 billion pesos in potential revenues due to VAT leakages in recent years. Even the Department of Finance admitted last year that our VAT collections only stand at 40% of its potential. If we cannot prevent leakage and abuse in the current system, how can we expect that this new VAT refund program won't suffer from similar inefficiencies? It is not difficult to imagine how this measure could become yet another avenue for abuse, allowing unscrupulous individuals to exploit loopholes and siphon away our country's resources. Ang pinakamasamang scenario pa, Mr. President, if we will end up refunding more than what the tourists have paid, Mr. President. In fact, the World Bank has advised us to improve our tax system by widening the tax basis, rationalizing incentives, and narrowing exemptions to improve tax collection. Strategies which this chamber championed through the passage of the Ease of Paying Taxes Law and the Create More Act, which our good sponsor successfully sponsored and defended on the floor of our chamber, Mr. President, and congratulations to him, Mr. President. These reform measures are targeted approaches to clarifying inconsistencies and addressing the gaps in our tax collection system. We also need to weigh the cost of implementing this refund system. The DOF will need to engage internationally recognized VAT refund operators. The question then is, how much more will we have to spend just to refund money to tourists? And is it going to be worth it, Mr. President? My estimation is that it will not be. It won't be. It has been argued that there will be no out-of-pocket expense on the part of our government. I cannot believe that statement or claim, Mr. President. The truth is we have yet to determine just how much more we will need to spend to operationalize this mechanism. My concern, Mr. President, is that the estimated net benefit of 3.3 billion to 5.7 billion pesos is almost equal to the 4 billion pesos that we are planning to refund. Not to mention the administrative cost of setting up refund booths, hiring personnel, and managing the program, all of which will be borne or shouldered by the government. There is a claim that we will not be hiring, we would not need to hire people. But if we are not hiring people for this, then we will be diverting the energies of our existing personnel from their other important tasks, Mr. President. The resources we intend to give back to tourists could be better allocated towards projects that directly uplift our people. We should be focusing on measures that strengthen our tax system, curb leakages, and use public funds efficiently to benefit Filipinos. This, I believe, is our primary responsibility as legislators. This bill offers no clear mechanism to protect our local industries from potential harm. While I commend the good sponsor for the intent to make the Philippines competitive in the tourism sector, I firmly believe that refunding VAT is not the only way to achieve this goal. If we want to attract more tourists, we should concentrate on improving their overall experience by upgrading our infrastructure, enhancing their safety, and improving travel and transportation as well as accommodation. Tourists will visit our country for its beauty, culture, and hospitality. By investing in the right areas, we will not need VAT refunds to make the Philippines a desirable destination. Our news headlines should also be more welcoming of tourists. There should be more good news coming out of the Philippines. In closing, I urge my esteemed colleagues to reconsider this measure. During the opening of the third regular session of the 19th Congress, no less than our Honorable Senate President reminded us to, and I quote him, focus our energy on measures which the people truly need. He offered a three-way test for prioritization. And let me quote our Senate President. Will it make the lives of our people easier? Will it help us move faster? Will it make our people's burdens lighter? So let's apply the Senate President's three-way test to this measure. Regrettably, I believe that this proposed measure does not meet the criteria advanced by our Senate President. Whatever benefits it claims to offer our people are incidental with no guaranteed impact. Sa halip na Pilipino, dayuhan ang makikinabang sa ating pagsisikap at oras. Marami pa atang mga mas mahalagang at mas makabuluhang panukalang batas na pending po sa atin. So my dear colleagues, let us prioritize laws that serve the Filipinos first and foremost. Let us find more meaningful ways to boost our economy without compromising our tax revenues or creating new avenues for abuse. Let us pursue tax reforms that directly benefit the Filipino people. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you for your time and attention. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Where's the Majority Leader? Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and recognize the sponsor for yes, Mr. President, the period of debates, the periods of the general debate should be closed, and I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize again the sponsor to propose the amendments, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, before I read my amendments, let me reserve the opportunity to respond to the turno and contra of our minority leader. I respect his opinion and his opinion towards this bill, and I respect his views towards the concept that we are proposing. And at the proper time, Mr. President, I'll respond to his turno and contra. So, Mr. President, on page 2, line 7, delete the word may and replace it with the word shall. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 7, delete the word adjusted and replace with the phrase subject to review and adjustment every 3 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And that is an amendment from Senator Grace Poe, Mr. President. On page 2, line 13, delete the words "and internationally" and replace it with the following phrase: globally recognized and experienced. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, subject to style, globally recognized and experienced.
And experience.
So that would be with a hyphen or dash, Mr. President.
That is globally recognized, comma, and experience, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other amendments?
Yes, Mr. President. On page 3, line 2, before the word foreign, insert the word non-resident. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, lines 2 and 3, delete the phrase "who is a non-resident alien individual." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And those are the amendments from Senator Hontiveros and Senator Grace Poe, Mr. President. That's it, Mr. President, for the amendments.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2415. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2415 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2415.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with reference of business.
Secretary, please read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2819, amending Article 1, Section 5 of RA 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, Senator Padilla.
Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation.
2820, amending Article 10, Section 8 of RA 11054, the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Senator Padilla.
Local government.
2823, converting the Cavite campus, the Euloyo Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology in the municipality of General Mariano Alvarez, Cavite, into a regular campus, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Higher technical and vocational education and finance.
2824, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company, amending for the purpose RA 9209, and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
Rules.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 1192, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the implementation of RA 11055, the Philippine Identification System Act, to address the backlog in field ID cards or national IDs and other issues related to the PhilSys. Senator Pimentel III.
Justice and Human Rights and Finance.
1193, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation and the bank's apparent failure to flag POGO-related suspicious transactions linked to criminal activities in the country. Senator Gatchalian.
Banks, financial institutions, and currencies.
Resolution congratulating and commending the Jesus Lord Church worldwide on the celebration of its 46th founding anniversary on the 12th October 2024, and for its remarkable years of transformational ministry in the Philippines and in more than 70 nations around the world. Senator Binay, Ejercito, Gatchalian, Legarda, and Zubiri.
Rules.
1195, resolution congratulating and commending Rubeline Amit for being the first Filipina to win the WPA Women's World 9-Ball Championship. Senator Villanueva.
Rules.
Additional reference of business. Messages of the President. Letter of His Excellency President Marcos dated 12 August 2024, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2762, an act amending Sections 27, 28, 32, 34, 57, 106, 108, 109, 112, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 300, 301, 308, 308A, 308B, 309, 310, and 311. And adding a new section 295A, 296A, and a new chapter 6 under Title 13 in the NIRC of 97 as amended and for other purposes.
Archives.
Letter of His Excellency President Marcos dated 13 August 2024, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2780, granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change.
Archives.
Letter of His Excellency President Marcos dated 15 August 2024, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2779, amending RA 8178 or the Agricultural Traffication Act as amended by RA 11203.
Archives.
Message from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 13 August 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 10671, converting the district office of the LTO in Sorsogon City into a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore.
Public Services and Finance.
House Number 10665, renaming Barangay Chupac in the municipality of Barlig, Mountain Province as Barangay Chupac, Kadaklan. House Number 10666, renaming Barangay Caleo in Barlig, Mountain Province as Barangay Caleo, Kadaklan. 10667, renaming Barangay Lunas in Barlig, Mountain Province as Barangay Lunas, Kadaklan. 10668, renaming Barangay Ogoog in Barlig, Mountain Province as Barangay Ogoog, Kadaklan.
Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
House Number 10560, declaring Lake Mapanuepe in Barangay Aglao, San Marcelino, Zambales a tourism destination. 10563, declaring Mabanog Falls in Darapuay, Municipality of Bansalan, Province of Davao del Sur, an ecotourism site. 10638, declaring the Mount Redondo Natural Bonsai Forest located in Barangay Santiago, Municipality of Loreto, Province of Dinagat Islands, a tourism destination.
Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, Climate Change, and Finance.
10634, declaring the province of Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines.
Tourism.
10512, mandating the proper installation and maintenance of overhead electric distribution communication lines and structures by all electric distribution, cable, and telecommunications companies for purposes of public safety and good housekeeping.
Public Services and Public Works.
10251, allowing the appointment of faculty, researchers, and administrators with dual citizenship in public higher education institutions, amending for the purpose Section 5, Paragraph 3 of RA 9225, the Citizenship Retention and Reacquisition Act of 2003.
Justice and Human Rights.
8657, providing for the protection of geographical indications for agricultural and natural and processed or wild products, processed products, wines and spirits, or any products of handicap for industry.
Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship and Finance.
10592, rationalizing the mandate of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, amending for the purpose Sections 450 and 51 of RA 9136, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001.
Energy and Public Services.
House Number 10722, granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage due to climate change.
Archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate on 13 August 2024, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8210 and Senate Number 1604 on Academic Recovery and Accessible Program.
Archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 20 August 2024, it adopted House Concurrent Resolution 31, urging the President to create a cabinet cluster for education to ensure the cohesive and coherent implementation of education laws, policies, reforms, and regulations among the departments, bureaus, commissions, and offices in the executive branch of government, and formulate a long-term integrated national education workforce development plan, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 20 August 2024, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 7819 and Senate Number 2492, declaring the maritime zones under jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines.
Archives. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla to deliver a short manifestation relative to his recent overseas trip, Mr. President.
Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mga miyembro ng lupon na ito, nais ko lamang pong hingin ang inyong atensyon sa maiksing manifestasyon. Nais ko lamang pong sa akin manggaling bago po maunahan ng anumang fake news o haka-haka mula sa mga taong may makukulay na utak at maiitim na politika. Nitong nakaraang weekend po ay nagtungo po ako kasama ang ilang miyembro ng aking staff sa bansang China. Ako po ay nanggaling doon hindi po para sa kung anumang political agenda, kundi para po sa isang itinuturing kong isang kultural na paglalakbay. Ika nga po ay people to people, tao sa tao. Kami po ay naimbitahan sa pamamagitan din po ni Princess Jaisel Kiram, Princess of the Sultanate of Sulu at ng Foreign Affairs Office ng Deju Municipal People's Government upang makiisa po sa paggunita ng ika-607th anniversary ng kamatayan ng Sultan ng Sulu na may himlayan sa isang heritage site sa Deju. Siya po ay si Sultan Paduka Pahala, ang kauna-unahang hari ng 3 kaharian ng Sulu. Ayon po sa kasaysayan, noong 14th century, nagtungo po ang pamilya ni Sultan Pahala kasama ang kanyang pamilya sa China upang magbigay-pugay sa Yongle Chinese Emperor Zhou ng Ming Dynasty. Sa pagbisitang ito ay nagbunga rin po ng magagandang pagsasamahan at pagkakaibigan sa pagitan ng Emperor at Sultan. Nang siya po ay pumanaw dahil sa isang misteryosong karamdaman, naiwan po doon sa Denju ang 2 anak na lalaki ni Sultan Paduka Pahala na kalaunan naman po ay nakapag-asawa at nagkaroon na ng pamilya sa Deju. Masasabi ko pong tunay na naging makabuluhan ang aming naging pagbisita sa kanyang himlayan at aming pong pakikipanayam sa kanyang mga naging descendants. Nagkaroon din po kami ng pagkakataon na makasama ang descendants ng mga Chinese veterans na kasama sa pakikipaglaban ng ating mga ninuno noong panahon ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Sila po ang bumuo noon ng Wachi Guerrilla o Philippine-Chinese Anti-Japanese Guerrilla Forces. Naimbitahan rin po kami sa bagong syudad na binubuo sa Beijing, ang Xiong'an City. Sinasabi po na ito daw ang magiging sunod na Shenzhen o Shanghai. Ito pong gagawing bagong city na ito ang tinatawag nilang may pinaka-sustainable na syudad. Mahaba po ang kwento ng aming mga naging karanasan sa ilang araw na pananatili sa bansang China. Ngunit dahilan po sa kakulangan ng oras, hindi ko na po hahabaan ang manifestasyong ito. Bago po ako matapos, ay nais ko rin pong banggitin sa lathaan ng Senado na ngayon ay ginugunita ang Maulid un-Nabi, kaarawan po ng Propeta Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Kung kaya't kami pong mga Muslim ay nagpupugay sa kanyang naging buhay at katuruan. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa ipinakitang kahalagahan ng People's Republic of China sa kauna-unahang diplomatic mission sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa at China sa pamamagitan po ng Sultan ng Sultanate of Sulu. Nagpupugay din po tayo sa mga bumubuo ng lokal na gobyerno ng DSU sa pagbibigay po ng pagkilala sa mga Muslim Filipinos at Chinese Filipinos. Isang napakaganda pong pagkilala po ito. Kaya po, muli po, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa pagkakataong upang mabigyang linaw ang naging pakay ng aming maiksing paglalakbay sa China. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, punong mayorya.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the bills under consideration, this representation is seeking recognition to deliver a supplemental manifestation, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, relative to the first manifestation I made last Tuesday concerning the venue of the current Alice Goo case, Mr. President, we are now aware that the case was transferred to the Regional Trial Court of Valenzuela City. And today, Mr. President, not only that, because the transfer highlighted the importance of venue as jurisdictional in criminal cases, Mr. President, the Supreme Court today, the Office of the Court Administrator even issued a circular clarifying all of these matters, Mr. President, that would put all municipal officials and all public officials receiving with a salary grade 27 and above to be under the jurisdiction of a regional trial court nearest to the place where they hold office, Mr. President. So, again, Mr. President, we would like to thank Branch 109 of the Regional Trial Court of Capas, Tarlac, under the sala of Judge Sara de los Santos for having transferred the case of Alice Go to the proper regional trial courts, which is the Regional Trial Court of Valenzuela City, pursuant to Republic Act 10660 and all existing Office of the Court Administrator circulars. I submit my supplemental manifestation, Mr. President. Mr. President, I yield the floor and resume my duties as Majority Leader. And Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2793 under Committee Report number 304. This is the bill on the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to continue with this interpellation, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
An objection? There being none, motion's approved. Senators Pia Cayetano and Gatchalian are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good sponsor once again receive a few clarificatory questions, Mr. President?
Few?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you to the good sponsor, Her Honor. Mr. President, I remember last interpellation, and we were talking about incentives under PD 87, Mr. President, and we were talking about operating expenses, and we were talking about what was included in operating expenses. And I remember towards the end, Her Honor said that there's a cap that can be charged to operating expenses up to 70%, Mr. President. But I also reviewed PD 87, Mr. President, and that cap is on an annual basis, but it can be it can be carried over to the next year. And in fact, the number of years that it can be carried over, there's no limit in PD 87. So as long as the 70% is breached, and as long as you still have operating expenses that you want to charge, it can be charged in the next year and the years after, Mr. President. May I get the comments of Her Honor on that statement, Mr. President?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, I actually would like to expound on that. That's a very important question.
Yes, Mr.
So His Honor is correct that that 70% cap works every year, and you can charge your expenses to the next year. However, the reality is the bulk of the expenses, costs, the investment incur in the first part of the entire project. So to be clear to those who are new to this industry, when they start exploring, there's zero income, but all the investment goes into the capital expenditure in conducting the exploration. I think that's fairly easy to visualize. Now, if they are able to strike gas and they find that there is a supply available, and they decide that we will pursue this as a commercial venture, then more expenses would come in still at that early stage, because they now have to prepare the facilities, to now extract in big volumes, to store it, etc., etc. So once that happens, in the first few years, it is very likely that they will be reaching that limit of 70% to recover their costs. But the reality here now is that after a few years, in the case of the SC38, after, I think on the 6th year, instead of recovering 70%, which is the maximum they can recover, they were only recovering up to 28%, because wala na silang additional na expenses na i-charge kasi nga na front load na. So it shows that year after year, nasa 20 plus na lang sila. So yung pool, to make it clear, if up to 70% ang pwedeng ma-charge, so the 60-40 sharing of government is limited to the remaining balance of 30%. That 30% actually went up to more than 70%, because the cost being claimed now by the investors is so much smaller. So that is what happened, and therefore the net return to government is so much higher, because there's less cost that is being charged by the investors, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, the point I'm trying to make, and based on our analysis, and also based on research, and also from talking to stakeholders and experts on oil and gas, that PD 87 is designed to attract operators and explorers, oil and gas development companies to come to the Philippines. That's why it's quite generous in terms of giving incentives to potential contractors. For example, Mr. President, it can reimburse all operating expenses, meaning everything that they put in, the drills that they drill, whether they discover or not, can be put in, exemption from all taxes, including VAT and also duties, Mr. President. They're also exempted on income tax, Mr. President. So the companies are not paying income tax, meaning the two members of the consortium are also not paying income tax. Importation from taxes, duties for importation. Exemption from taxes and duties for importation of materials and equipment. Easy repatriation of investment and profits. So all of these incentives are designed to make it attractive for potential investors to come in. That's why during those times, Shell and Chevron came in because of those incentives, Mr. President. And I just looking at we did some research also, Mr. President, on slide 29. And this is to compare ourselves to, let's say, other countries who are giving incentives for upstream or the development of oil and gas. Mr. President, we're actually in the middle of the pack on slide 29. We're slide 29. The graph, ito. No, not that. Slide 29. Mali yata. Is this the old one? Slide 31 pala. I'm holding the old, Slide 31. We're less than Thailand in terms of incentives being given, but better than Australia, Mr. President. So we're not doing so bad. We're in the middle of the pack in terms of giving incentives. And Mr. President, the most important incentive that was given here is the reimbursement of all operating expenses, Mr. President, because from what I analyze is after the reimbursement, everything that falls or everything that accrues to the contractors is pure profit, Mr. President. And meaning if they charge their gas at $1 per MMBTU, that's already profit. If they charge at $12 per MMBTU, that's also considered profit, Mr. President, because all of your expenses are already recovered through the government reimbursement, Mr. President. So that's what I'm trying to make, that PD 87 was already designed to make our country attractive to potential investors in the upstream market, Mr. President. And in terms of competitiveness, we're also competitive in terms of granting of incentives to upstream investors, Mr. President. So that's what I'm trying to point out and trying to stress throughout our interpellation, Mr. President. And I'll go to another topic, Mr.
If
President.
I may reply before
Yes,
we
Ms.
go to the
President.
next topic. So I note what His Honor is saying about the incentives provided under the presidential decree. And what I'd like to emphasize though here is clearly when that was initially passed, we seem to have some high degree of success because in the 1970s we had 150 wells drilled. I put this on record, but I will repeat it for the purpose of emphasis. In 1990, we were down to 11 wells. In 2016 to 2018, 6 wells. And since 2019, no drilling. So clearly, what we have on the table is either not good enough, we're not prioritizing it, we are not talking to the right people. But I think it's quite clear because I've explained what I'm doing, the work that I'm doing now with some random friends, and my simple conclusion is we have not done anything about ensuring energy security, despite the fact that we know that we have the source. And one way we often try to do that is by incentivizing and improving the structure, the way we do business with the investors, so that we have a clear program, a clear roadmap for them. So that is really the purpose of this measure, Mr. President. In terms of His Honor's observation that was shown in the slide that we're somewhere in the middle, I guess it's not bad, but if we really want to make a dent in energy security, if we really want investors to choose the Philippines over other countries that have potentially gas to be discovered, then I think we should do better than just be in the middle. I think we should try to be, I think His Honor, I don't need to belabor this point because His Honor just finished defending CREATE, and the whole point there was to make the environment very investor friendly without sacrificing too much. So that is the same. I mean, I don't think we gain anything by being in the middle. Who are you in the middle? You're nothing if you're in the middle. I think it's a safe place to be, but if you can be a front runner because you're the go-to place, and I do believe it's not just about incentives, to be clear. No, it's about really having that environment that makes investing in this country worthwhile. So that is really the main intention of this bill. No, not just the provision on incentive, not just defining certain new strategies, but really the entire bill is our billboard to send the message that the Philippines is ready for investors when it comes to indigenous gas exploration and development. And I think I have one more point to mention. When His Honor speaks about the profit to the investor, let's not forget that with every profit to the investor, there's a bigger profit to the government that never paid a cent to do this. I mean, what the government does is it allows our area to be explored. And our job is to provide an environment that is safe, that is environmentally sound, provides, of course, livelihood to our people. But beyond that, we don't spend anything for it. So it is our humble position that, yes, there is profit to be made if, and that's a big if, gas is discovered, but for every profit that an investor makes, the government also earns, and more than what the private sector more than the investor makes. Anyway, I'm ready to go to the next point. I just wanted to
thank you for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll go to another point, and I saw some provisions in the bill that I want to get some clarification from the good sponsor, Her Honor. In Section 21, and this is on procurement. And let me just read the section. Procurement and utilization of indigenous natural gas, including without limitation by gas-fired power plants, shall be prioritized over natural gas. Mr. President, I want to get the clarification from Her Honor. How will this be operationalized?
So I think, Mr. President, and I will also get the opinion of the resource persons here, but my immediate response, coming from my understanding, is that this is also intrinsically related to the importance of the provision on aggregation. And the reason for this is because we recognize that, number one, for energy security, for us to attain energy security, our best resource would be an indigenous source, and that is indigenous gas in this particular case. But then we recognize that we will never have enough we don't foresee that we will have enough indigenous gas supply. Our demand for energy will keep on increasing, and therefore the demand for imported LNG will always be there, and therefore the two must be combined for us to be able to provide a steady energy source. And so that is the premise here, first of all, that both indigenous gas and imported LNG are both needed to meet our energy demands. Having said that, precisely because it is indigenous gas that will provide us with energy security, I've often used the example of what happened to the prices of gas when the Ukraine war started. We need to have our own supply, and therefore, for us to build a reliable indigenous gas industry, we must be able to send a clear message to the investors that we will have a vibrant environment here that is open for investors, that there will be buyers, because without the buyers, it's useless to have all the incentives, to have all the packages for the investors, pero wala naman silang assurance that that product will be purchased. I can use many examples, pero kahit anong baba mo sa kahit anong presyo, kung walang bibili nun, useless ang pagpopromote nung product na yon. So that is really the importance of this phrase, Mr. President. We really need to prioritize natural gas. It is crucial for energy security. I am very happy to be educated. If there is any other energy source that will directly contribute to our energy security, I would be happy to be educated. But with my limited understanding of energy and the futures, this is our best bet, indigenous natural gas.
Thank you. Thank you for the response, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask, how come there will be no buyers from the domestic market? Because for a very long time, since 2001, since the inception of Malampaya, there's always a buyer. No? First gen and then Ilihan. Since the gas is already here in the Philippines, why is there a threat now that Malampaya will not be bought by local users, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, His Honor's question is fairly easy to respond to given the current situation. We need not look any further. Because it is a fact that the Malampaya gas supply is dwindling, a natural effect of supply and demand is that there are now groups that are bringing in other sources of energy, which is imported LNG. Because nga, yung indigenous natural gas, kumukonte, what will make up for that supply, diminished supply is another type of energy. So the imported LNG is coming in. That's fine. There's really no issue with that. The bill recognizes the importance of that. But what happens is, you will now also be building facilities that includes regasification, transportation facilities that cater to LNG. That is also fine. But if we do not address the importance of indigenous natural gas, then there is also no impetus to start investing in the facilities needed for indigenous natural gas. It goes together, Mr. President. If we say that we want to develop the countryside, then we have to build the roads that will connect the countryside with the buyers in the cities of their products. So that is exactly what we are trying to establish here. We need to have that complete roadmap to ensure that after discovery, after the development of the indigenous natural gas industry, there will be facilities that allow the vibrant growth of these industries. And that is very important because you need storage facilities, you need transportation facilities. We need to grow both industries. But indigenous natural gas cannot lag behind because it is, like I said, crucial to energy security.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Because I'm after tracking this industry for a while, Malampaya, Malampaya will always have a market domestically, Mr. President. And it will always have a market to sell its gas, Mr. President. And because you have power plants here, you have industrial users, Mr. President. I'm just wondering why all of a sudden there's a need to prioritize indigenous natural gas, where in fact for many years, Mr. President, almost more than 20 plus years, the market is always there, no? And they've never been prioritized. They can sell their gas to the power plants. By all of a sudden, Mr. President, there's now a need to prioritize it.
Well, I guess, Mr. President, that's why we have no energy security. That's my simple answer. We have no energy security. We have not invested in any exploration in the last, what did I say, the last 5 years. And then prior to that, 2016 to 2018, six wells, compared to 1970, where 150 wells were drilled. So why is there enough buyers? Because there's such limited supply. So what we want is to have a lot of supply of indigenous gas. We want a lot of investors to come in, investing in indigenous gas, kasi sariling ating yun. The government will always have a big chunk of the earnings from indigenous gas. It will provide us with energy security. What do I mean by that? It means when things are happening all over the world, magkagera, and honestly, sadly, there's wars all over the world, we have our own source of energy. That is why we want to prioritize it, because it's not easy to attract investors. When I looked at the diagrams of all the facilities that need to be built underwater pipelines, regasification, storage facilities, these cost millions and millions of dollars. And if we don't have a sense of priority for a resource that is ours, yung sariling atin, then I don't think we will have any success in really making a dent in inviting investors and discovering the resources that are already here within our country. We will then always end up being reliant on imported gas, coal, which is not only dirtier, it goes against our commitment to shift to renewables. As mentioned before, this is a transition fuel. So there, Mr. President, it's the answer that I give with full. Personally, it's something I truly believe in. Like, I don't think you can put a price tag to energy security, and there is no way that it can be more expensive if we compare apples to apples, because it's our own.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, this specific provision shall be prioritized over imported. How will this be operationalized by the gas-fired power plants? Will the gas-fired power plants automatically buy from indigenous sources? Is that, I'm just trying to visualize and imagine how will this operate once the law, once the bill becomes a law.
Yeah. So it's also something that I tried to visualize, Your Honor. I also am new to this field, and I wanted to understand what does prioritization mean. And this is how I understand it. Again, it is tied into the concept of having an aggregator, which I need to emphasize, whether His Honor or another colleague of ours will be asking. But basically, the role of an aggregator will really be to look at all the supply and demand that is available. We aggregate the indigenous supply, and this envisions a situation where it's not just Malampaya that is a supplier of indigenous gas. There hopefully is another well that Malampaya. There is another well that Malampaya will drill. There may be other, hopefully, investors that will come in. So there will be other suppliers of indigenous gas, and then there are existing importers of LNG. And the job of the aggregator is like a master planner, where alam niya yung demand ng iba-ibang power plants. Alam din niya yung capacity to produce ng indigenous gas and ng importers ng LNG. And so, ipaprioritize niya yan in terms of dictating that, okay, so ito output ng isang indigenous source natin, we have 3 power plants that have the capacity to absorb it, ididirect sa kanya yon. It's in a way similar to how we prioritize renewable energy. Renewable energy is first, no matter what happens. And then after that, we look at the suppliers of LNG. So if there's 2 or 3 suppliers, it's something that's done. Maybe I can compare similar to WESM. Is it safe to say that the aggregator will do? But this is just me thinking aloud. No, it's not the same now. Okay, it's not the same. Erase that. But basically, the aggregator is the master planner. Directing the supply to where it is needed, so that magamit yung existing indigenous gas before pumasok. But remember, Mr. President, this information is available. This is not something difficult for the aggregator and the players in the sector to know.
Yeah.
They will know how much is available in the market. The global practice for countries with indigenous gas and imported natural gas is actually happening as we speak. So it's being done. We are not reinventing this. This is a practice all over the world. Countries like Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore all have government-led aggregators. So it can be done. I'm not the expert, but I'm relying on the fact that it's done in other countries, and we can do it as well.
But Mr. President, from what I read, and I'm trying to envision this on how to operationalize this, typically power plants will have their own competitive bidding process when they request for tenders from gas suppliers. So if I'm a power plant, knowing that my prices eventually down the segments will be regulated by the ERC, I should buy natural gas at the lowest price, Mr. President. And in order to do that, there should be some form of price discovery, meaning request for tenders and everyone will bid and the lowest gets the contract, Mr. President. But in this case, Mr. President, the way I interpret it is the price discovery aspect will no longer be practiced. Since indigenous natural gas will be prioritized, meaning power plants will have no choice but to buy indigenous gas right away. And to link that to aggregation, in the definition of aggregation, you can buy from external sources, but you can only be qualified as an aggregated gas, or you only be qualified as aggregate to be part of the aggregation is to have indigenous gas, Mr. President. So, in other words, the gas that I will sell is indigenous gas plus foreign sources or from imported sources, but I will be prioritized in that sense, Mr. President. So my concern here, Mr. President, is there will be no price discovery with the prioritization because there's no request for tenders, there's no bidding process. As long as I'm indigenous, I will be prioritized, Mr. President. And since the provision didn't talk about anything about price, as long as the qualifier here, as long as you're indigenous, you'll have the priority to supply gas-fired power plants. Of course, the gas-fired power plants will end up in the homes of our consumers. So if they buy expensive indigenous gas, it will end up in our homes and it will end up to the billings of our consumers, Mr. President. That's how I interpret this. And my serious concern here, Mr. President, is the pass-on effect to our consumers. Since in the step one being the purchase of gas will no longer have price discovery, the pass-on feature of our system will end up in the billing of our consumers, Mr. President. So that's my serious concern with prioritizing indigenous gas without any price discovery, Mr. President.
I will ask for a minute suspension to ask our technical resource person to give us a response regarding the pass-on effect. But what I would like to answer now is that, and I can put this on record again. We have a chart that shows that historically, even especially during the Ukraine war, the price of natural gas, because I think the ultimate objective of his honor is to ensure that the prices are still reasonable, no? Because you mentioned the end user. And if we look at the graph that we have, I'll ask it to be shown again, not just for his honor, because I know his honor already knows this, but just for the viewing public. The price of indigenous gas remained consistent even during the Ukraine war, precisely because indigenous nga. But the price of LNG was fluctuating, and you will see a major spike during the Ukraine war. So I don't think it can get any worse than that. That's it, Mr. President. On the right-hand side is the time frame during the Ukraine war, but even in the years prior to that, you'll see that there were continuous spikes during different times for the price of LNG. So the concern of his honor, which is well taken, can be addressed by this. I cannot see and I cannot imagine a scenario worse than war. I mean, I suppose there would be those that are of equal impact to us on the prices of gas. That would create a bigger change in the price of natural gas. I mean, this graph speaks for itself. So that's really my main answer, Mr. President. For indigenous gas, the price changes are quarterly, whereas for liquefied natural gas, the price changes happen almost every second. And for indigenous gas, the price is based on the average of the last 6 to 9 months price index, wherein for LNG, the price is determined by trading in the global market. So just putting that on record to support our very strong position that we can rely on the price of indigenous gas to be more stable, in fact, than the price of liquid imported LNG. And I'll ask for a suspension to see if the technical resource persons would like to add anything.
Session is suspended.
So, Mr. President, I'd like to add to my response. I'll start with reading the provision of the bill, Section 21 on natural gas supply. This is found on page 17, line 10. The DOE shall establish mechanisms for the optimal and full utilization of indigenous natural gas in the generation, transmission, distribution, and supply of power, subject to standards and limitations consistent with the state's policy of ensuring energy security and consumer welfare. So that last phrase is very important. The objective of DOE is to ensure energy security and consumer welfare. I have discussed energy security many times. So in my what I'd like to add here is this scenario. Currently, the mix of indigenous gas and imported LNG is 30:70. So 30 ang indigenous gas and 70 ang imported LNG. Ever since I started defending this, we made it very clear that the goal really is to continue encouraging the supply of imported LNG because we really do not foresee that there will be enough indigenous gas supply. So we have to continue and support both indigenous gas exploration and development and importation of LNG. Having said that, aggregation is now so important and the role of DOE is crucial here because DOE now does not have the flexibility in addressing consumer welfare because we have not empowered them with the tools to do so. And so it's not able to in any way intervene. What we foresee can happen are the following scenarios. In the past, and this is documented as well, the price of LNG went as low as $5 US per MMBTU. BTU. So $5 US per MMBTU, and then went all the way up to 85. Can you imagine? 5 to 85. Meanwhile, indigenous gas stayed at a stable 10 to 12. So when these two supplies are available, then government can step in and, if necessary, suspend the rules to address consumer welfare. If it ever happens that sobrang baba ng imported gas, then that could be a possibility. The point is we empower DOE to do what they have to do for energy security and consumer welfare. But I will repeat that historically, it is imported LNG that has an extremely volatile price movement. And what I also need to add, Mr. President, is that with this kind of structure, with the passage of the law, of the bill into law, DOE will now be able to maximize the resources that we have by way of, I don't want to use the word controlling, but in the way of making appropriate interventions to ensure that the policy of energy security and consumer welfare is met. And we also want to clarify with His Honor that there will still always be price discovery, Mr. President. That is not going to change.
Mr. President, how much is the current price of Malampaya right now?
$12, Mr. President.
$12 per MMBTU.
Yeah, US dollars.
And we just made a cursory research on the price of the different indices that covers natural gas. For JKM, Japan Korea marker, it's 13.055 per MMBTU. And then for Henry Hub, landed cost is $11.785 per MMBTU. So in other words, landed cost of Henry Hub is cheaper than Malampaya, Mr. President. And that's my concern, Mr. President. There'll be times that imported LNG will be cheaper, and since since indigenous gas will be prioritized, and there's no mechanism to do price discovery, then there'll be a case where Malampaya will be more expensive than imported LNG, and that expense, that price will be passed on all the way to the consumer, Mr. President. And that's actually my concern. In the absence of a price discovery mechanism, expensive gas, whether imported or domestic, will be eventually passed on to the consumer, Mr. President. But I understand from Her Honor that there will be price discovery in the prioritization, Mr. President, by gas-fired power plants, meaning there will be bidding activities and price discovery activities.
Is that the response? Let's clarify with him if yung sinabi ng post. I know that, but you tell me something else. So. Okay.
Because right now,
So,
Mr. President,
yes.
sorry.
My staff is excited to give me multiple answers to His Honor's questions, and I am just interested in giving His Honor a simple answer. So, I made notes. I have two replies. First is with regards to the price that His Honor gave on the imported the natural gas from other sources. May His Honor clarify if this includes the cost of regasification. That's one. And then my second point is I bring to the discussion my training in futures thinking. Mr. President, when this representation became the chairperson of the committee on the budget of the Committee on Education through the Committee on Finance, and you don't have to be the chairman. All of our colleagues are aware when we have typhoons. We're playing catch up all the time with the school buildings that we need to put up, and we barely even cover we are not even able to build new schools. We barely even have enough to repair the damaged schools, and so when you have a situation where and we sadly have had na landslide ang isang public school sa isang lugar, or na tinamaan ng bagyo or nalindol. And then we look at the structure and we say, wow, we could have, maybe the landslide is just in a different location, it's the wrong location. So let's erase my landslide example. Tinamaan ng bagyo. And they could have withstood that storm if we had built with stronger material. 30 years from now, when we look at the 10,000 schools that we built, and say, wow, 9,500 were never hit by the storm. Are we going to say, dapat pala tinipid na lang natin, dapat pala hindi natin ginamitan ng matibay na construction material yon dahil 500 lang ang tinamaan ng bagyo? I don't think so. It is our moral duty to prepare for the future. It is our moral duty to ensure that all these school buildings where our children study will stand the test of any storm, because we live in a country that is battled by storms every year. So I will say the same thing in the energy sector. It is our moral duty to ensure that we promote the development of our indigenous source. There may be times that the price is dikit. In the case of His Honor's example, there's a $13 and there's an 11.7 and ours is at 12. 11.7 and 12 is not too far off, and I will await His Honor's reply in a few minutes whether this includes the regasification cost. But at the end of the day, this is energy security. If we do not promote indigenous gas, then we will not even have Malampaya in the next few years to buffer the potential price increases of imported natural gas. And I have shown the slide that showed that during the time of the Ukraine war, it spiked horribly. And then in other times, it still spiked. Again, the range of the prices went from 5 to 85. So with all due respect, I believe it would be irresponsible on the part of government if we cannot have a safe and steady indigenous supply. And the only way we can do that is to ensure that we create that environment where we support the exploration, and then we ensure that there are buyers, because the investment that goes into the storage, the transportation is still tremendous. And without that assurance, we are already left behind. It is not, we are already left behind. We are, and I'll ask for the slide to be shown, how we compare with our Southeast Asian neighbors. We're the worst in terms of exploration right now, Mr. President. So that's all it is. I will just really keep repeating that objective, which is to create that environment where we are promoting indigenous gas, because that is Filipino gas, because there is no other way that this representation knows of that we can promote energy security.
Thank you for that, Mr.
And then we do
President.
need the answer on the cost of regasification, if it was included in the prices.
Yes, Mr. President, the pricing, we use a factor to compute the landed cost of the pricing. But you're correct, Mr. President, we didn't include regasification. So for JKM, it's a $17.34 per MMBTU. And then for Henry Hub, it's $14.45 dollars per MMBTU, Mr. President. So Malampaya is cheaper, Mr.
Yes.
President. And that's why, Mr. President, if Malampaya is cheaper, and based on the graph, looks like it's a very competitive fuel source, then how come we're dispensing with the price discovery mechanism? How come we're not including that? Because that price discovery is an assurance for consumers that they're getting the best price. No? And the price discovery mechanism is assuring the consumers that the gas prices that will be supplied are very competitive, regardless of where it will come from. And again, if Malampaya claims to be cheap and it looks like it's cheaper, then he has no fear of winning the contract because it's cheap anyways. But the comfort and assurance that our consumers are getting the best and the lowest price in terms of gas, then I think that we should assure that to our consumers.
Yes, Mr. President. The second paragraph of Section 21, the second line in that paragraph states, an indigenous natural gas supplier shall provide fair access to its natural gas supply in a non-discriminatory and transparent manner through physical supply, administrative or financial contracts, or any other arrangement allowed by the DOE. So this is the provision that we have put into place, Mr. President, to allow full transparency, particularly on the pricing, Mr. President.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, but my understanding of that is insofar as supply is concerned, but not pricing. But the non-discriminatory clause pertains to the supply of gas, indigenous gas in particular, but not
It does
on the
refer to
pricing.
financial contracts, but we're very happy to accommodate any clarification His Honor would like to add to address that. There's no intention on the part of the committee to omit any transparency policy or assurance, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that comment. Let me just see. Mr. President, I'll jump to another provision, and this is related to the previous provision, Mr. President. This is again on Section 21, and let me just read it. Power produced from indigenous natural gas shall have priority over conventional energy sources. Such priority shall cover indigenous natural gas power supply contracting, including mechanisms for minimum supply requirements and optimal guaranteed utilization volumes for plants, Mr. President. Again, I want to understand, Mr. President, how do we operationalize this clause, Mr. President? It talks about priority over conventional energy sources. The same prioritization that was discussed in the previous provision, although the provision in the previous one talks about gas-fired power plants. In this case, Mr. President, how do we operationalize this?
I mean, it's suspension. I'm asking DOE for the explanation. I can explain, but I think we'll try to get a better, more technical explanation from DOE.
Session is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. In reply to His Honor, we'd like to clarify that when there are bilateral agreements, the price negotiation would still be there. So it's up to the parties. They negotiate their prices. And then there's, on the WESM, we will still continue to follow what is currently the practice. We have the must dispatch, and this is renewable energy. And then after that is the priority dispatch, which is natural gas. So we're just following that, Mr. President. And in the end, price discovery will continue to happen every 5 minutes. This will still apply. There is no change there, as it is currently happening on WESM.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I heard that this is in relation to the wholesale electricity market. And this is also in relation to the priority dispatch, Mr. President. How will this affect the merit order of the wholesale electricity market, Mr. President?
Sorry, His Honor's question is how will this...
It affect the merit order of the wholesale electricity market?
Yeah, okay. So that's what I was saying earlier, Mr. President, that currently what is the practice is there is the must dispatch, which is for the renewables. And then after that, there will be a priority dispatch, which is the natural gas.
Okay. But in terms of pricing, will it have effect on pricing, Mr. President?
No changes po dun sa price. Same concept.
Okay, no changes, Mr. President, the same concept of price taker.
Mr. President, because we were also doing some analysis and I was doing some my own research on the merit order, Mr. President. I'll just show a slide on slide 42 first. I will do slide 42. So, Mr. President, I'm sorry if it's too small. The top graph is the normal merit order based on marginal cost, Mr. President. So since RE has the lowest marginal cost, it's always going to be at the front of the merit order. And then normally it's coal because coal is cheaper than gas, and then gas. But I understand that gas will be given priority dispatch, as I heard it earlier. In that sense, gas will overtake coal. That's the lower graph. And I'll put this very simply, Mr. President. So in this particular case, gas will be prioritized even though the price of coal is lower. I'm not particularly promoting coal. This is just a typical merit order. In the graph above, in a normal merit order dispatch, coal will be dispatched ahead because it's cheaper. But since gas will now be given priority dispatch, gas will be dispatched ahead of coal, even though coal is cheaper. So again, by giving gas priority dispatch, it distorts the merit order, Mr. President. And in effect, more expensive gas will now be dispatched, and obviously it will now be passed on to our consumers, and the consumers will now bear the brunt with expensive gas. And the point here being, Mr. President, is gas, the bottom line, gas has a higher marginal cost to produce electricity. That's bottom line. If we give it priority dispatch, it will totally distort the merit order. And at the end, it's the consumers now will have to pay for expensive gas prices, Mr. President. There's a logic why the merit order is being followed so that consumers will benefit from that merit order, Mr. President. But we're now distorting the merit order, and eventually, again, consumers will have to pay for that.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Other colleagues will also hear my answer.
Market clearing price. Kasi sa pangalan sa Senator, yung demand, kasustain ng gas. Kaya hindi na pumasok si coal. Oo, kaya tumigil na siya sa gas. Mas mahal ang gas ako.
But the chances na. So, Mr. President, we're ready to reply. So I will repeat the concepts. No, we have the must dispatch, which is the renewable energy, will be the first use. So that is shown in the leftmost square. It says RE, and then after that, if there's still more demand, yes, it is correct. The priority dispatch that we are establishing now is gas. But this is where I need to be very clear. The demand determines the clearing price. So, first of all, in His Honor's diagram, there is not a big chance that the demand will be filled by gas because maliit lang yung supply ng gas natin. So I have another sample diagram where I can also illustrate that if the demand is, let's say, 400, gas can only supply 100. So we will still go to the next cheaper source, which is coal. So hindi common na yung demand mapupuno ni gas. I kept on saying from the start, we do not have enough indigenous gas or even LNG to fill all that demand. So there will still be a demand for the other sources, which would be coal, and oil and diesel. So can we go back to His Honor's photo? We're waiting for the photo, the diagram. Thank you. So the policy is demand determines the clearing price. So upon the fulfillment of demand, let's say nga 400 yung demand, and ang nagpuno ng demand is coal, then the price that will be dictated is the price of coal, not the price of gas. So if the price of coal is cheaper, lugi pa nga yung supplier ng gas. Wala silang choice. They will be paid the lower price. That is the policy, and we are not changing anything. So I hope that was clear because that is my best explanation.
Actually, that's, Mr. President, that's the second scenario that I want to show on slide 41.
So
there are two scenarios. The first scenario is the clearing price. The demand depends on the time. No? During the daytime, you have more demand. During the nighttime, you have less demand.
Correct.
So it really depends on the time. But there'll be a time when the demand will be at the intersection of gas. The first slide.
the top, what do you mean the first? The first bottom, the first top?
I'll go back to slide 42. To slide 42. See, there'll be a time when the demand will intersect with the price of gas. So in this particular case, gas will be more expensive than coal, because since it has priority dispatch, it will go ahead in the merit order, Mr. President. The other scenario, and I'll show the other scenario on slide 41. Okay. Slide 41, the top graph is the normal merit order. The slide at the bottom is the distorted merit order, wherein the gas will be given priority dispatch. If the demand now intersects with the price of coal, but gas will be dispatched and gas is more expensive, who pays for the difference between the price of coal and the price of gas? So I would assume that the consumers will still have to pay for the price of that difference for the price of gas, Mr. President, because there's two scenarios depending on the demand.
Yes, I can respond to that, Mr. President. So in a scenario where the demand was met by the gas supply, so we close at the gas supply, this is where we recognize that we do have a policy of transitioning to renewable energy. And that is the reality. Sad as it is, sometimes we have to pay to be cleaner, and that is why gas is a transition fuel. Ideally, this will not happen that often because we already know from the mix, our mix, there will still be a dependence, sadly, on coal and diesel. But we go back to that perennial argument. Are we going to stop using coal? It is cheap, but it is not clean. But for now, we are using it. So why would we penalize the use of gas, which is a transition fuel, and indigenous at that, bubabalik sa gobyerno naman yung pera, if there are instances where it may be higher. It may happen, Mr. President. It may happen. But if our goal now is to always offer cheaper, then let's just operate all on coal? Is that the conclusion we are driving at?
I'm just using coal as an example here, no? But the point here is the merit order. Whenever the merit order gets distorted, especially with expensive technology, that expense or that's expensive technology will be passed on to the consumer. It can be coal, it can be other technologies, can be batteries, can be anything. But it's the point there is it's distorting the merit order, and it's now translating to expensive electricity, because it's electricity, to our consumers, Mr. President. And in this case, I want to ask the sponsor, Her Honor, who pays for the difference between coal and gas in this particular case? Because obviously gas will be dispatched first.
But yes, I understand His Honor's question. The point I need to also make, Mr. President, is even in the current pricing that His Honor presented to us in his previous query, where he pointed out the price of Japan and another source at 13 and 11, that did not include regasification. If we include the cost of regasification, it becomes 17 and 14, still more expensive than 12. And I will have to go back to the slide to show that indigenous gas has been more stable in pricing, and stable not high, but stable low. So yes, His Honor is pointing out a scenario where sometimes gas may be more expensive than coal, but the reality is gas has been stable, indigenous gas has been a stable source. And we need to further enhance our policies to support that, so that we can precisely veer away from coal that is cheaper but not cleaner. We can veer away from other imported sources, whether it is diesel and oil. So yes, there may be a scenario where gas, whether indigenous gas, may be higher, but our data does not show that this will happen often. But His Honor is correct in pointing it out that it may happen. But I need to go back to the facts that it is the more stable priced source of energy, and it is indigenous.
Mr. President, with the advent of the aggregation, and the aggregation will now include imported LNG, then the likelihood of gas becoming more expensive, or the probability of gas becoming more expensive, is there, Mr. President, because aggregation now includes imported fuel, Mr. President.
What was the question?
With the advent of, because we're now going to promote aggregation, and the aggregation calls for indigenous plus imported.
Yes.
Correct? And imported can be expensive. The time comes from time to time, depending on the situation. Now, if we give gas priority dispatch, we're in effect prioritizing imported LNG because of aggregation, Mr. President. Because it's now bundled together. You cannot separate indigenous, you cannot separate imported LNG. It's one aggregated LNG to be prioritized in the merit order dispatch?
The priority dispatch, Mr. President, is indigenous natural gas, not aggregate, not imported, just natural gas. It is in the bill, Mr. President.
But when the power plant buys gas, can it separate and goes in the WESM? Can it separate indigenous and aggregated gas and imported gas? Because power plants sell by kilowatt hour, regardless of indigenous or imported gas. Can they separate in this chart which one is indigenous, which one is imported, which one is aggregated?
20% is indigenous, then 20%. Mr. President, I have a response, but I'm checking with DOE if my response is the same as their response. A minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, His Honor's question was how would this prioritization be implemented? And I'll go back to the provision of law and then give the exact illustration. The provision of law says power produced from indigenous natural gas shall have priority over other conventional energy sources. Such prioritization shall cover indigenous natural gas power supply contracts, including mechanisms, etc., etc. So clearly, it refers to power supply contracts. And what will happen here is that there will be long-term contracts. These are bilateral contracts with gas-fired power plants. And that already will, that is the prioritization that is envisioned. And so, for example, if DOA would regulate and state a certain percent of a power plant must be sourced from indigenous natural gas, then they would then go into these power supply contracts to implement that provision, Mr. President. With respect to the illustration His Honor had on the screen, which is a WESM model, I would suggest that we sit down with both DOE, ERC, and our staff, because the explanation is very technical, that I think it would be best be clarified off the floor.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. I know it's very technical. In fact, took me many years to understand the merit order dispatch. It's very technical, and yes, I'll be more than willing to sit down with Her Honor and the staff to clarify some matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, in the interest of maximizing the remaining time we have, can His Honor maybe use the time to state the rest of his concerns so that we can either respond quickly or prepare our answers to be given to His Honor, so we can try to move towards the provisions that His Honor would like to amend?
Yes, Mr. President. Can we do we still have time, Mr. President, to
5 minutes.
okay,
If you speak fast, I will answer fast.
Okay, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, this is another, because Section 21 seems to be the heart of this bill. I mean, many important facets, but the Section 21, in my opinion, seems to be the heart insofar as indigenous gas is concerned. So I have another clarificatory question in relation to Section 21. And let me just read the section. The DOE shall establish mechanisms for the optimal and full utilization of indigenous gas in the generation, transmission, distribution, and supply of power, subject to standards and limitations consistent with the state policy of ensuring energy security and consumer welfare. This includes requiring electricity suppliers to source a portion of their energy supply from power plants and use indigenous gas, natural gas, and determining the appropriate minimum percentage of power generation mix that should be supplied by natural gas power plants that use indigenous natural gas. And Mr. President, I can see that the entire segment of electric power industry is already here, from generation to transmission to distribution to supply of power. I know from the good sponsor, how will this provision apply to? We discussed earlier how Section 1 will apply to generation, but how will it apply to transmission in particular?
Mr. President, if I may suggest, given our limited time, I can submit tomorrow a response for each of the items. So for generation, transmission, It will also help clarify it in my mind, to be perfectly honest, no, all of this. And we can use them as discussion points, no, for if there are issues that need to be further clarified. May I do that? So
Yes, Mr. President.
You and your team can review that.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so for distribution.
For all of the
supply,
whole
Mr.
supply
President.
chain.
Yes, Mr. President. And I would like to also be clarified, what does optimal and full utilization mean in this context, Mr. President?
My reading the training, well, the practice in law is to use, if there is a layman term to be used, use the layman term. If there is a technical term, we use it. When I read this draft, optimal and full utilization, I'm assuming that it refers to, for example, now, if we do not pave the way for steady, a good market for our indigenous natural gas, and let's say we had 2 or 3 wells that have ready supply, then we would not be optimizing the generation because nandun na, and yet hindi natin nasuportahan yun. I'm also guessing for transmission, if we don't pave the way for pushing for the infrastructure that would support a healthy transmission system, then we would not also be optimizing it. But those are just my interpretations as the sponsor of this bill, Mr. President. Again, we will ask the technical people to write down this in detail so we can we can respond if His Honor needs further clarification after they give that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because I would like to also be clarified. Is full utilization mean that they have to use all the output of Malampaya before plants can buy from other sources, Mr. President? Does this mean that plants are barred from buying other sources because they have to fully utilize the output of Malampaya? And that becomes an issue for energy security. For example, if I'm a power plant and I want to hedge my supply by contracting from other sources, meaning because Malampaya sometimes also breaks down, they have maintenance, will I be barred from contracting from other sources?
Yes.
In order to, because we have to fully utilize Malampaya first?
We can respond to that. So one of the provisions that we read into the record earlier was the power of DOE to set the percentage, the minimum percentage of the power generation mix. So with that, it would be based on the known capacity of Malampaya and future indigenous gas suppliers to provide. I'm certain, Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, the ERC would also, the DOE would have the power to suspend the rules if there are supervening circumstances, like there was a breakdown. Obviously, that would be there. But the entering of the power supply contract itself would now be guided by the percentage that DOE sets. The bill provides for that. The DOE will set that.
Okay.
So that's the standard. And then if there's supervening, like any a law or rules, we're guided by reasonableness, Mr. President.
Okay.
So given it that it's 7:22 and the majority floor leader is looking at me and raising his eyebrows, would His Honor be willing to submit his question so we can review it over tonight and then be prepared to further discuss it tomorrow in tomorrow's session?
Yeah, Mr.
Move
President, we have
forward.
covered a lot of items, Mr. President, so I'll just write down the leftover items
Thank you.
and share it with Her Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2793. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business.
Secretary, please read the additional reference of business.
Second additional reference of business committee reports. Committee Report 322 by the Committees on Science and Technology, Ways and Means, and Finance. Senate number 2825 with Senator Zubir, Estrada, Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villar M., Ejercito, Cayetano AP, Villanueva, and Escuderos authors. and not providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology and providing funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2038, 2152, 2156, 2164, 2316, and 2499. Sponsor, Senator Cayetano, AP.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
323 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10440, establishing a national high school in Barangay Poblacion East, Municipality of Santa Ignacia, Province of Tarlac, to be known as the Santa Ignacia National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
324 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10441, establishing a national high school in Manikling, San Isidro, Davao Oriental, to be known as the Manikling National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendments, sponsored Senator
To the
Gatchalian.
calendar for ordinary business.
325 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10442, establishing a national high school in Maputi, Banay-Banay, Davao Oriental, to be known as the Maputi National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendments, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
326 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10397, converting the Calateo Elementary School in Calateo, Huban, Province of Sorsogon into an integrated school to be known as the Calateo Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendments, sponsored Senator
To
Gatchalian.
the calendar for ordinary business.
327 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10396, separating the Bacong National High School and converting it into independent national high school to be known as the Tabac National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendments, sponsored Senator
To
Gatchalian.
the calendar for ordinary business.
328 jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 10443, separating the Liloy National High School Silukap Extension in Silukap, Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte from the Liloy National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Silukap National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendments, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 323 on House Bill Number 10440, Committee Report Number 324 on House Bill 10441, and Committee Report Number 325 on House Bill 10442. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider the aforementioned three House bills. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Number 10440, Santa Ignacia National High School, Santa Ignacia, Tarlac. House Number 10441, Manikling National High School, San Isidro, Davao Oriental. House Number 10442, Maputi National High School, Banay-Banay, Davao Oriental.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I'm honored today to sponsor three local bills transmitted by our colleagues from the House of Representatives, which aim to establish schools in areas with identified needs. These are House Bills number 10440, 10441, and 10442. The schools we propose to build through these measures will rise in the following areas: Municipality of Santa Ignacia, Tarlac, Municipality of San Isidro, Davao Oriental, and Municipality of Banay-Banay, Davao Oriental. Mr. President, for far too long, students in these areas have faced significant hurdles just to pursue their education, from traveling long distances to shouldering additional expenses and even putting their safety at risk. With the establishment of these new schools, we are bringing learning closer to home, easing the burden of learners and their families, and ensuring that education remains accessible to all. Once these measures are passed into law, the established schools will be known respectively as Santa Ignacia National High School, Manikling National High School, and Maputi National High School. I would also like to inform this honorable body that the Department of Education has certified that these proposed measures comply with DepEd Order Number 40, Series of 2014, which is entitled Establishment, Merging, Conversion, and Renaming of Public Schools and Separation of Public School Annexes in Basic Education. Ginong Paulo, sa pagsasabata sa mga panukalang ito ay hindi lamang pagtatayo ng mga paaralan, kundi isang konkretong hakbang tungo sa mas maayos at abot-kamay na edukasyon para sa ating mga kababayan. Sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang ito, tinutugunan natin ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kabataan na makamit ang kanilang mga pangarap nang hindi na kinakailangan maglakbay ng malayo o ilayo ang kanilang sarili sa kanilang mga pamilya. For these reasons, I humbly seek the support of this esteemed body for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Meron pa?
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of these three aforementioned bills. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Ilan pa? Dalawa lang. Two more.
Mr. President, I
Omnibus.
move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report Number 326 on House Bill 10397. This is the bill on the conversion into an integrated school, Calatio Elementary School. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to sponsor a measure that aims to convert Calateo Elementary School in the municipality of Huban, Sorsogon, into Calateo Integrated School under House Bill Number 10397. The barangay of Calateo and its neighboring communities, such as Aroroy, Calmayon, Maalo, and Sipaya, do not have an existing high school. In fact, the nearest secondary school is located 3.6 kilometers away. The distance places a heavy burden on students and their families, many of whom must traverse long, challenging routes just to access education. Given this context, there is no better option than to convert Calateo Elementary School into a fully integrated school system. By passing this measure, we open up new opportunities for the youth of these barangays. We ensure greater access to basic education for all, particularly those living in remote areas, while building a strong, inclusive education system that supports every school-age learner. Mr. President, the Department of Education has certified that these proposed measures comply with DepEd Order Number 40, Series of 2014, which is entitled Establishment, Merging, Conversion, Naming and Renaming of Public Schools and Separation of Public School Annexes in Basic Education. Ginong Pangulo, sa pagsasabatas ng panukalang ito, higit nating ipinapadali ang pag-abot ng mga pangarap ng kabataan sa Barangay Calateo at mga kalapit na lugar. Tinitiyak natin na ang edukasyon ay isang karapatan na dapat nakakamit ng lahat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill Number 10397.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report Number 327 on House Bill Number 10396 and Committee Report Number 328 on House Bill Number 10443. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider the aforementioned two House bills for consideration, Mr. President. So move.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Number 10396, Independent National High School, to be known as the Tabac National High School, Zamboanga del Sur. 10443, Independent National High School, to be known as the Silukap National High School, Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte.
Mr. President, again, I move to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant afternoon to you all. Today, I am honored to sponsor two local bills that aim to separate extension or annex schools to become independent schools. These are House Bills Number 10396 and House Bill number 10443. The extension or annex schools that we seek to separate from their mother schools under these proposed measures are the following: Bocong National High School, Tabac Annex in the municipality of Labangan, Zamboanga del Sur, and Liloy National High School, Silukap Extension in the municipality of Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. Ginong Pangulo, isipin natin ang mga kabataang nagsusumikap para makapag-aral. Marami sa kanila ang kailangan maglakad ng ilang kilometro araw-araw, saksi sa hirap ng paglalakbay sa ilalim ng init ng araw o ulan upang makapasok sa paaralan. Given this context, separating this extension or annex schools from their mother schools would greatly help to ensure that the growing needs of these schools would be met and the highest standard of education would be provided to our students. By enacting these measures, these extension or annex schools will be able to manage their own maintenance and other operating expenses and establish their own personnel services itemization, as well as plantilla of personnel. Therefore, the management of the main school will be decentralized, congestion will be avoided, and so self-sustainability in surrounding communities can be achieved. Once separated from their mother schools, the annex or extension schools will be known respectively as the Tabac National High School and Silukap National High School. Mr. President, the Department of Education has certified that these proposed measures comply with DepEd Order Number 40, Series of 2014, which is entitled Establishment, Merging, Conversion, and Naming, Renaming of Public Schools and Separation of Public School Annexes in Basic Education. In the interest of making education more accessible and responsive to our Filipino youth nationwide, I humbly seek the support of this esteemed body for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Win. Majority Leader.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the two aforementioned bills.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 460, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 465. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Para-Chess team for winning the bronze medal in the first FIDE Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities held in Serbia 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 558, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 613. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine National Pencak Silat team for bagging a total of 10 medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers, 6 bronzes at the 2023 Sarawak Premier International Silat Championships held at the Stadium Per Paduan, Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, The motion is approved and the resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 581, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 598. This is the resolution recognizing and commending the National Youth Weightlifting Team for their impressive haul at the 2023 International Weightlifting Federation IWF World Youth Championships held in Durres, Albania. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, September 17, 2024.
Is there any objection? No objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday,
Thank you, Mr. President.
September 17, 2024.